Dobrý den. Dobrý den.
Good morning, dear participants. Please take your seats. In 1 minute, our conference will begin.
Tak, začneme.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, dear participants of our conference, Cities Through the Eyes of Youth, about the participation of youth in urban planning. Welcome, my name is Mirjana Petrik. I'm from Child Friendly City Association, and I will be facilitating this conference. It is not my profession, but I hope it will be successful. I would like to thank you for being here on a Friday afternoon to discuss. Glad to welcome our Czech and foreign partners, and we will present the outcomes together. This conference is held under the auspices of Ms. Jana Komersková, Deputy Mayor of the City of Prague, and the Czech Chamber of Architects. First of all, some technical remarks. The conference is bilingual. It is interpreted simultaneously. It will be held in Czech and English. Headsets for interpretation are available at the registration desk. Just a reminder, at the end of the conference, please don't forget to return the headsets. During the conference, you can help yourselves to the refreshments here in the room. We will have a break, a longer break after the first session called My Hood, the presentation of the My Hood project and its outcomes. After the break, or after the first session, we will discuss some best practices from the Czech Republic and abroad. And after the long break, we will have a panel discussion with speakers and other experts on youth work and urban planning. So I suggest you stay till the end. A very warm welcome once again to all of you. And now let's have a look at the website of the MyHood project. So can we please have the home page of the MyHood project on the screen? Great. As I have already mentioned, it's an international cooperation project within Erasmus+, supported by the EU. The aim of the project is to actively engage youth in creating sustainable and greener cities. We actually collaborated on this issue even before this project. We identified the different needs, and it turned out that the target group of youth aged 13 to 18 are a group that lacks tools to participate in the creation of cities and urban planning. The aim of our project was to deliver four main outputs. First, the methodology. This is the foundation or the roadmap of the project. I will present it in detail in a minute. The second output is an educational handout. The project focuses on the topic of the climate change and its impacts, and most of all, the solutions that we have available to mitigate these impacts in our cities and that can be explored by the users of our tool. The methodology and the handout are reflected in the interactive online tool. This is a web application which you can try out during the break using our interactive digital panel to the left of the entrance. This interactive tool enables users, be it youth or teachers and pedagogical experts, educators. It enables them to map and analyze their environment, to share it, to assess it, while going through an educational process and learning more about the solutions to the impacts of climate change. The tool also enables sharing of ideas when the process involves the municipality, which has a plan to make changes to the urban space. So in this way, the municipality can take into account the views of youth. In this way, urban planners can use this tool as a data collection. The fourth outcome is the user guide for educators and municipalities. Now let's mention our partners in the project. They are EPMA, European Projects and Management, and Child Friendly City. These are two Czech partners. EPMA was very efficient. We are grateful for this cooperation. Each partner had their local partners. namely TDS Jihlava, the Scouts Institute, the city of Jihlava. Then there was the Greek organization Design Clips. Welcome to Mikhail Navsika. They had the city of Thessaloniki as a partner in the project. And finally we have Nova Iskra. Welcome to Ivana Brankovic. Nova Iskra is from Serbia, from Belgrade. And they were the main experts for the development of the digital tool. They also had local partners, the city of Zrenjanin. The local partners were very important for us because thanks to them we could test, evaluate and pilot our outcomes. So many thanks to the local partners as well. And last but not least, we have an associative partner from Switzerland. Welcome to Donasis. And this is an organization that works with youth. We all have experience with youth work and with urban planning and with possible solutions to climate change impacts. So let me present the first outcome, which is the methodology. The methodology is a theoretical document which represents the metrics or the foundation of all outputs. So I will briefly take you through the methodology. It is not targeted towards end users, the youth. It is more for the teachers, educators, or other experts. I think I will switch to English now because it was the working language of our project. My presentation is in English, so it will be easier for me to speak in English now.
I will now switch to English. Who needs the translation? I hope you have your headphones. I will wait a bit. I see someone is still putting them on. Okay, so I will really briefly introduce you to the methodology on how to engage youth in creating more sustainable and greener cities. This document sets the foundations, goals, the methodology itself, and educational content for the MyHood project. The goal was to support education about climate change, effects and solutions, and to encourage young people between 13 and 18 to get actively involved in the development of a more sustainable and greener urban environment. The project outputs are actually both educational and participative. They are set and their framework is based both on education and participation. Okay. So, as I mentioned, methodology together with the educational handout were both projected into the main core project result, which is the digital tool, the MyHood app, which you can interactively try there on our digital panel. And the aim of these outputs was to provide rich educational materials, new information about effects of climate change, effects that climate change has on our urban lives, and specifically on our close neighborhoods. And at the same time, we were aiming to offer some solutions. This tool allows us to learn about and to evaluate selected urban spaces, and then to share some innovative ideas and jointly, for example, as a group of students or a group of users, to collaborate on some proposals on how to improve a specific urban environment. The platform is also offering a communication between the youth and the municipality representatives through enabling data collection, participation, and collaboration on issues of the urban environment. Thus, the application supports active involvement of young people in local environmental initiatives and projects. It is also aimed to cultivate the relationship of young people to their surrounding environment, to their home cities and towns. And lastly, but not leastly, it aims to reverse some negative social trends, such as social fragmentation, that has been an issue lately, and the loss of relationship with the environment. This contact with peers is one of the biggest issues that we put focus on. Methodology matrix is set out of 5 cornerstones. I will explain our target group, firstly. Then I will talk about the functions of our outputs and of our tool. I will explain the content, educational content that we're focusing on, and I will lead you through the didactics, the actual educational process that we choose for these tools and these outputs. And the last one, the 5th cornerstone, is actually the participation itself, because all of the outputs actually engage youth, but we wanted to have this possibility of actual participation in urban planning, for example, and it is something like the further use of this digital tool. So, as I mentioned, the target group is mainly youth from 13 to 18 years of age. But however, while we were piloting and testing, we found out that even younger students and even young adults and adults use it and find it very useful. Second target group are teachers, youth workers, both in formal and informal education, who can use the tool in their educational process for some projects, for even one lesson, or for a project day, or for a week-long project, depending on the topic or on the environment they choose to map, evaluate, analyze, etc. And our last project groups are target group are professionals, either municipality representatives, for example, investors of some new projects in public space. So when they decide to revitalize, to invest in some park, and are interested into how is the park functioning right now, what the users like or don't like about that space, what are their wishes for the future revitalization, they can try to get in contact with those users, youth in this case, and through the app actually gain a lot of data and informations. So municipalities and as well professionals in urban planning are our last target group. So the functions of the tool are several. First is education. So we are actually focusing on processes in the environment, causes of climate change, range of existing solutions for mitigation and adaptation, as well as on sustainable urban planning. Second function of the tool is actual sharing, finding like-minded people, mutual support and confrontation with different opinions, etc. Third one is activization. With combining this attractivity of the digital technologies while staying in the real world outside, we are supporting spending some time outdoors, examining your own environment, and gaining more better relation to your own home neighborhood, for example. Fourth one is collecting data. The tool enables collection of a wide range of different data, like mental maps, labeled spaces based on their quality, database of photos taken together with some comments and suggestions, opinions, experiences. Fifth one is this expressing opinions in terms of direct participation, where the tool offers the opportunity to propose ideas and express concerns and influence some decisions on how the everyday environment is formed. Content, as I mentioned, is focused on climate and urban resilience when we were discussing how to approach this wide subject. At the end, we came to the conclusion that it is best to focus on something very specific that can be quite well understood by everyone. Because we are talking about towns and cities, our urban spaces, heat islands is an effect that we already all know and experienced, and even the young people immediately know what we are talking about. So as our key solution that we are presenting in the app, we choose the blue-green-gray infrastructure strategy, because it is very easy to understand and very quickly users can grasp the concept. It is very flexible and practical, and also very easily applicable in any neighborhood context, where for blue, we focused on rainwater management and freshwater management. With green, we focused on importance of green element in the built environment, and for gray, on the influence of gray infrastructure and support to giving solutions. Our colleague Nafsika from Greece, from Design Clips, will present this more thorough and in depth. So the actual educational process that users go through while using the tool was based on the pedagogical constructivism. As I mentioned, it engaged students in real authentic environment of the city while supporting active and process-orientated and at the same time place-based learning. Learning process steps are 6. We wanted to start with the recognition of some preconcepts that each of us has of some environment, our own perception of some place. After that, the tool offers obtaining some new information as well as their analysis, which we can process and place them to our existing structure of knowledge. So then we can go on to reflect on our reconstruct our previous knowledge, our preconcepts, while we move to the actual application of that knowledge in the concrete specific environment, which is actually reshaping or forming a solution. At the end, we are enabling ways how to present and confirm your ideas. And if the actual participation with the municipality, for example, is involved, then the 6th step is communication with the municipality. So the goal of this educational process does not lie in the result, but in the actual process. That was very important for us. Actual process of obtaining knowledge and gaining competencies itself. The last function of the tool is the participation in urban planning. And why youth participation matters, I think we all know and agree, because together with their families, they really form a major group of city users. And their voices, experiences, and needs do matter in shaping our urban environment. And also, the relationship of youth toward their environment is strongly formed through the active engagement and participation. Of course, they have the right to participate. It is protected by the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And in the methodology, we devote some chapter to meaningful youth participation and what does it requires, because not all engagement and not all participation ends up in a meaningful way. So to wrap this up, the goal was to design a tool that can be widely available for youth education as well as for participation in sustainable urban planning. We wanted free dissemination exactly to this non-formal or formal educational organization, youth organizations, as well as to municipalities and other partners. Methodology also, in the last chapter, put some light on key competencies that are supported and gained. If you are interested, methodology is already available in English, Czech, Greek, Serbian, and French, downloadable for free on our web page. So you are welcome to download it and go through it. And I thank you for your attention. And I will move to Navsika. Now, Navsika comes from Design Clips in Thessaloniki, and she will present the second project result, educational handout.
Thank you, Mirjana. Hello, everyone. As Mirjana said, I'm Navsika from Design Clips from Thessaloniki, and I'm going to present your second, thank you. Our second project result, the educational handout. So this result, the methodology that Mirjana presented before was focusing more on teachers, educators, while this one is focusing more on the teenagers themselves. So it's an informative document for young people. So, the educational handout, it's a PDF format and aims to provide to students a better understanding of the impact of climate crisis on everyday life. So, as Mirjana said before, we would like to make something that it's very understandable, it's easy to get, it's not too complex, so we can meaningfully engage students in the process. And at the same time, we would like to inform about solutions. So we would like to familiarize students, and of course their teachers as well, with some solutions in order to create more sustainable and greener cities. By the way, the PDF is also available for free in our website as a methodology. So, the educational handout, first of all, explains in a very simple way what is climate change. So we have focused a lot to provide examples and pictures to make it very clear what is the impact and the effect of climate change, including also some fun facts for teenagers. We provide a more specific and detailed explanation of the urban heat island, the air quality and how climate change may affect the air quality of our cities. And finally, the flood risk, so how the change in the climate may affect and impact the flood risk of our urban environments. However, as I said before, because we would like to make a positive impact document, we would like also, apart from the problem, to focus on solutions. And the educational handout explores a variety of nature-based design solutions, because this is like the sustainable way to face the climate crisis. So we have a very simple but brief explanation of what blue infrastructure means. Again, we provide examples with pictures to make it very simple and direct to teenagers to understand what we are talking about. The green infrastructure, again, with examples and pictures. And finally, the gray infrastructure, and I'm going to go through some more examples now to give you also an understanding of the content of our educational handout. So we would like to make it really effective. So we wouldn't like to have like a boring document for teenagers. So that's why we focused on many examples and how those examples could be applied in cities, in our neighborhoods, and try to make the teenagers imagine how they could use also those solutions to their neighborhoods. So we have a variety in the educational handout. You can enter our website and have a look. It's online for free. We have a big variety of examples. I will explain, just to be brief for this presentation, I will have just one example from each category. The first one, the blue infrastructure, we have an example how we can effectively and sustainably manage the storm water. So for example, this is a rain playground in Sweden, and this is an example how the storm water instead of being a problem, can be a fun way to create public spaces that are interactive and fun for children and adults at the same time. At the same time, apart from an example, we have also, as I said before, some interesting fun facts. So we would like to, doing that, we would like to engage teenagers with some facts and some information about all this infrastructure, but we would like to make it, more fun and realistic. So we would like to connect an example, an actual public space, with some facts to let them understand the effect of those public spaces. Similarly, for the green infrastructure, we have a few examples of how we can use the green to make our cities more sustainable, more beautiful, and more fun. For example, here we have the green walls, and this is an example from Spain, how you can use the green to make the walls greener, more beautiful, greener, more beautiful, and more sustainable. And again, we have matched those examples with some interesting facts and how the green walls here, for example, can reduce the surface temperature. So all these facts are based on evidence, but at the same time are connected with a real example. So this is how we would like to engage the teenagers with all these solutions. Finally, for the grey infrastructure, here we have an example from Thessaloniki. It's the carbon-absorbing paint. So actually, painting the walls with this type of colors, you can absorb the carbon. So this is again, an effective way how we can face the climate crisis and how we can make our cities more sustainable. Again, some facts about how this solution works, to let children, youth, imagine how these kind of solutions could work also in their neighborhood. Whoops. Yeah, I think that's from me. I think we are going to have questions at the end of the session, right? So hopefully I give you a brief but a complete image of PR2, the result number 2. And should I move?
Thank you very much, Navsika. Thank you very much. And we will move now to the presentation of the third project output, project result, and because the technical developers of the actual digital tool were not able to join us today in person, I will ask the record to be played now. Takže pustíme záznam, protože ty naši technici, odborníci, kteří vyvíjeli digitální nástroj, nejsou dnes tady s námi. Takže já poprosím o záznam jejich prezentace, na konci které se dozvíte, jak opravdu vlastně uživatelsky používat ten nástroj, a znovu zmíním, je možné ho vyzkoušet.
So you will see here how to use this tool, and again you can try it here by the entrance where it's available for you.
Hi everyone and good afternoon. My name is Christian and I'm here today on behalf of Nova Iskra to present the MyHood web app, an output of the Erasmus Plus MyHood project where we have been actively involved in the work package 3, focusing on the development of this digital tool. Over the next few slides, I'll walk you through what the MyHood app is, how it works, and why it plays an important role in youth participation and environmental education. In this project, Noiska played a central role in Work Package 3, contributing to the development of the MyHood interactive web tool. Our team worked on defining the tool's structure and user experience, making sure that the interface and features would be intuitive, accessible, and engaging, especially for younger users. We also supported testing, content structuring, and implementation of user feedback into the development process. So, what exactly is the MyHood web tool?
Poprosím režii, pokud by to šlo víc na hlas, jestli mě slyšíte, děkuju.
Computers and serves as an interactive platform where students can explore, evaluate, and contribute ideas about their local environment. It combines gamified interaction with real data collection to create a bridge between young citizens and city planners. The app is designed around 4 user roles: students, who explore and evaluate their surroundings, teachers who manage their students and guide usage, admins who oversee school level organization, and super admins who manage system-wide content. Each user has tailored access. For example, a teacher can only create and manage students from their class, while a super admin can set national level settings. Let's take a look from a student's point of view. Once logged in, the student sees an interactive map of their country. From here, they can explore or add pins. Pins are categorized as either positive or negative.
Ještě jednou prosím režii o zvýšení zvuku, děkuju.
An unsafe street crossing. Students drag and drop a pin onto the map, can write a short comment, and optionally can upload a photo. Each pin gives the students 10 experience points. This system ties into a gamified leaderboard. Students can track their progress and see how they rank within their class. They also have a personal profile where they can view their achievements, badges, and review the pins they have added. Now, from the educator's side, teachers can create student accounts, monitor their activity, and access basic overviews of what's been submitted. Admins, typically at the school level, can create and assign classes, manage users, and upload local educational resources. Super admins have broader capabilities, such as managing content which is tailored to each country and ensuring educational consistencies across regions. And one of the most powerful parts of the MyHood platform is its statistics page. Here, educators and planners can view every pin placed across the system. It can be filtered by type, data, location, user, or category, and includes 2 key export options. One-click export to Excel for full structured data, or downloaded all attached images as a zip file, making visual context easy to reference or archive. This feature turns individual student insight into real usable data for analysis, feedback loops, or urban planning discussion. Why it matters? The MyHood app isn't just a digital exercise. It's a tool for building active citizenship and climate literacy. Students begin to see their everyday surroundings through the lens of design, sustainability, and participation. Educators gain a structured digital way to engage students into real-world reflection, and municipalities, often disconnected from youth, get access to valuable feedback directly from younger and students. In a time where climate action and local participation are both critical. My Hood helps shape not only smarter cities, but more connected, responsible future citizens. And now I'm going to show you a short demo. So here we see the student logging into the MyHood platform. The interface is clean and straightforward, using a standard username and password login. Once logged in, the student is taken to the main interactive map view. This map represents their country and can be explored freely, allowing students to zoom in and engage with specific location in their environment. To contribute, the student selects either a positive or a negative pin category. This feature allows them to reflect on parts of their city they appreciate or want to see improved, whether it's a well-maintained park or an unsafe crossing. Using a drag and drop system, the student places the pin directly on the map, chooses a precise location, and writes a short comment explaining their observation. They can also upload a photo to document the spot visually. After submitting the pin, it appears on the map. Each submission earns the student's experience points, part of a built-in gamification system that tracks their contributions and encourages regular engagement. Now we see a negative pin. It's a similar to positive one. Okay, now we see the student dashboard. This overview displays their total experience points, the number of pins placed, and any achievement badges earned. It's also showed the class leaderboard, promoting friendly competition and recognition active participation. Students can also filter the map to view only their own pins, helping them reflect on their impact and personal journey through the app. So throughout the experience, the interface remains intuitive and visually clear, helping students focus on observation, reflection, and active participation without technical barriers. It's a tool designed for learning through doing in a way that feels natural and empowering. So to wrap up, the MyHood app is a flexible, interactive, and youth-driven tool developed as a part of the Erasmus Plus project. And Noisco is proud to have contributed to its development, shaping how people connect with their environments and empowering them to take a more active role in shaping the future of their cities. And thank you for listening. Have a nice day and enjoy the conference.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you very much. I hope you are with us at least online. Hello. A já na závěr ještě poprosím Luci Kamler.
And I will now ask Lucie Kamler and Kateřina Moreira to present us the Myhood handout. Good afternoon. Thank you for the introduction. We are from the EPMA organization, and I will pass the floor now to Lucie, who will present you the handout, which will enable you to work with the outputs and results. My name is Lucie Kamler, and I will speak about the outputs of the project, which is the handbook or user guide for those who work with public space and those who work with educating children and youth, meaning the target groups are quite wide. The user guide helps to explain the process, which is quite complex, and explains how to use the app and also how to include its outputs in classes or in meetings, and how the users of the app may use it. For teachers and those who work with youth and ecological centers and other extracurriculum activities, the user guide explains several aspects of climate change, such as heat islands, etc., and also how to work with public spaces. They will mainly use the part of the user guide which explains how to structure the class, how to get involved, how to be able to use the app. It should be available by the end of May. It's quite an intuitive app, and the user guide is there to help you using it in a simple manner. For those who design public spaces or decide on them, the app provides data divided into categories and reflecting opinions of children and youth. The central point of this process is that children go outside, they go into the streets, they learn prior to that what is a heat island, they discuss it, they choose a place which they will look at more closely and look for solutions. And once outside, they discuss what to include in the app and what to not include. And then comes the final phase where they input it in the app, and then the data can be used when deciding on public spaces or designing public spaces, and in many other ways. There is a wide range of possibilities of use. So it's a complex process. And it's important to understand that first, it's important to read the methodology. It's important to read the project result number 2, that is the educational handbook, and then it should be quite easy to use the app. My colleague Kateřina will explain and show you the testing of the app in the city of Jihlava in the Czech Republic. Thank you, Lucia. It will be brief. The user guide maps the previous outputs and offers possibilities of use. And I will now present you the result of an activity we did with the Festival of Documentary Film in Jihlava. Thank you to Šimon Bauer. We worked with children from the Center of Documentary Film. They also shot a short video about it. We also had children from the youth center in Jihlava who participated at this project. So I will show you a short video and I hope you will like it.
No tak dneska jsme chodili po náměstí.
Vlastně jsme do takového papíru
Zaznamenávali, kde se třeba cítíme bezpečně.
Co se nám líbí nebo nelíbí na náměstí.
Že by tam chyběl někde strom, hodil by se tam nějaký stín třeba, nějaká lavička, koš.
Třeba, že tam není osvětlení.
Potom jsme to napsali do aplikace MyHood.
Funguje tak, že pokud prostě chodíme po náměstí nebo po nějaké čtvrti a tam si prostě všimneme třeba, že je tam nepořádek, anebo naopak třeba, že v nějakém parku je třeba hodně zeleně a tak v té aplikaci MyHood si to právě můžeme zaznamenat a dáme tak prostě najevo víc lidem, že třeba tady je to dobrý a tady zase úplně ne.
Jsou tam různé ikonky, třeba, že to tam je dobrý, že tam je třeba dost věcí, že tam třeba je to špatný a tak dál.
Ono vypadá strašně jako taková jako hezký animace tam jsou.
Označili jsme docela málo věcí, ale označili jsme
třeba, že tady je hodně věcí na rozvoj, nebo že tady jsou celkem bezpečné silnice.
Že by tam možná bylo víc věcí, ať tam je třeba víc laviček, víc košů, ať třeba i víc stromů, ať tady se líbí dýchá.
Aby se Jihlava vlastně jakoby změnila k lepšímu.
Tak my jsme tímto ukončili představení projektu MyHood, čili první blok dnešní konference. Já ještě na závěr zmíním, že právě z důvodu limitovaných zdrojů jsme nakonec museli přistoupit.
Due to limited resources, we had to contend with online app. We do hope to develop the project further, to have it as a mobile app and also develop more functions for this tool. At this point, it is a platform that makes it possible to extend it further, such as mobility tracking, etc. So now I will give you the floor, and if you have any questions, then don't hesitate to ask. So who has access to students' data? Is it the teacher or other people? The students mentioned that thanks to their contributions, people living in the city can see which places are accessible and which are not. So who has access to the data? Okay. Who has access to the data? At this point, it's those who use the app. It's still a demo version. Within a month, the application should be available on our website. And then it will be accessible to those who ask for access. You can also create an account if you want an admin account and you are a teacher who wants to manage his or her group, then you can be an admin. As Christian mentioned, you can have your own group where you can communicate better, you can share the inputs and outputs. And if any one of you says, oh, I'm interested, then you can create your own personal account. It can be in schools, in formal or informal education, individual students, and you can tick which inputs you want to see, either only yours because it's for your own work, solution of a project, and so on, or also contributions of others. So that makes more sense. Okay, so there's one more question in the front and then in the back. How do you get the data to the municipalities, town halls, and so? Is it already happening? Will it happen? We hope this will happen. We connected city council representatives during the pilot phase. So the city of Jihlava helped us to improve the tool further. After the pilot phase, we entered the implementation phase, and we indeed hope that the output will reach the users' groups, be it educational centers, town halls, etc. I had a similar question, and I would add to it, do the children get any feedback? Say they pin something as terrible. Will they have a feedback from the town hall? Will they know if anything was done about it? Things improved? Because they gave feedback, we don't like this place. So is there something coming back to them? Or is it just so that they won't get the feeling, oh, we tried and nothing happened? Thank you. Yes, in such cases, the role of the town hall is essential indeed, because they have to become actively involved. They may need someone who will manage the data and be in contact with the group, with the admins, teachers, and so on. If not, then it will be a one-time project. Say we deal with this issue, and it's a one-time project to see what's the opinion of the students or of a particular school, and they will address them, and they will participate in collecting the data. So then the town hall can gather the data and work through it. But basically it should be a project with a clear concept, and then the app can be used for this purpose.
I would like to ask whether the data will remain in the app, and what about changes? Quite frequently, apps like this have this problem that someone signals something in the city and then it is not there anymore in reality, but it stays in the app. So will this be updated? So we are going to look after this project the 5 following years. We have a main administrator for each of the countries. These super administrators will be responsible for each country, for the updates. Otherwise, the app would stay in the educational mode. It would be related to a specific project, educational project or data collection project for a municipality, for a one-time project. The app is not for all users, for anyone in the Czech Republic, for example. It is a tool for a specific educational or participatory project.
To add something to your response previously.
Yes.
To the previous question, because this is a very regular question, like how the municipality would actually get the data and what happens next. So what we try to do here, the goal of this project, so I'm from Greece, so we are the partners from Greece, and I'm bringing you now our experience from there and our communication with the local municipality. So the goal, as we see from working with My Hood, was twofold. It can either be an educational activity, so within the classroom, just to get to understand the impact of climate change, what nature-based solutions mean, and how we can actually do an assessment outside in our neighborhood. But at the same time, if the municipality is interested, actually working on a project around the school or the school's neighborhood, they can communicate with the school and they do it together. So they can receive the data, but with the purpose, like with the project in hand. And now it takes a different way. So what the actual outcome that also Christian showed earlier with that Excel sheet is that it groups the answers. We don't want the municipal employees to go one by one the answers of each student. There's no time or no effort, no means to do this. But they can see grouped answers. So this is here is an issue for thermal comfort. Here is an issue of flooding. So they can actually point out what the teenagers are now doing is pointing out specific areas that the engineers from the part of the municipality would actually have to look deeper because something's going there, either a good thing or a bad thing. So this is the qualitative, it's not quantitative, it's qualitative insights that they can get from the everyday users of the space. So we were trying and still exploring, I would say, to see what's the best way to actually bridge this communication gap between the users and the municipalities and try to make it easier for everyone. We don't expect that the municipalities will go through this app. We just expect them to see the focus areas that they have been highlighted by the users, if that replies to your question.
Thank you very much. Yeah, great answer. And there were some other štěpy, prosím tě, tady Petr Palacký a pak tady slečna.
The app targets teenagers. What is specific about the app for this age group? I understand that there's the educational side. It can be used for classes to improve school environments. But as a representative of a municipality, I'm interested in data from different users, different groups of users, not only from teenagers. What is specific about this app for teenagers, or could it be used by other age groups who are able to work with such online tools? Thank you for the question. As I have mentioned at the beginning, we have seen that the app can be used by younger children and by adults as well. We originally targeted teenagers because we identified a gap there. Also, the educational content targets this age group. Also, based on an analysis of curricula in the partner countries, the educational content matches the curriculum of this age group. So it is designed for this age group. That's why the primary target group is 13 to 18 years of age. But for data collection, comments, photos, in a participatory project initiated by a municipality, it can definitely be used also with a younger age group.
Go ahead. Odpowiedź na Petra.
Yeah, to answer in your question, that we did the same experiment with students from 18 to 22 in Switzerland, in Geneva, and this was 40 students actually working on this, and they found the application quite interesting and simple and thus accessible. So it was funny to see that actually the design for the youth actually worked also for the older ones, because they were happy to use something simple that was not so much, too complicated to work. So it was like a collective intelligence experiment, which was quite interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Thanasis. A ještě tady.
Hi, Alexilova. Thank you so much for the presentation. It looks amazing. Very interesting project. I'm wondering if you could give a bit of feedback on what was piloting it like with the students. Was it part of a series of the workshop where they were introduced to the topic of heat island and climate change, and then they did the work outside with the application, or it was part of the course? So because we also work with the students, and I know that they have to be introduced to the topic to be able to give that reflection. And what was the discussion afterwards like? So how did it work as a part of curriculum, or was it workshop or part of a bigger program?
Yes, thank you. It's really broad now, and I have the need to give a long answer, but we don't have time for this. I will maybe ask Maria to just quickly, very briefly, because we're in lack of time, explain how this the process of piloting in these workshops was set. And thank you, Maria.
Yeah, sure. So we have created a series of activities that actually the educator can choose out whatever applies better to the current curriculum they're doing. And we have some in-classroom activities and like a more gamified way, like a board game or something, like to understand the handout and not just have like a booklet to go through and read it. So in a more interactive way to understand the different solutions, the different climate change impacts that we described earlier. And then we have scenarios. We call them lesson scenarios, or we call them lesson scenarios in the user manual. You will see it, that we guide the educator through how to introduce gradually, but still keeping in touch with the curriculum that are already doing. We try to align it quite well, we hope, to make sure that it aligns with what they have to do in school, but at the same time add extra activities that will have a more experiential perspective. And so it's not, you briefly saw in the video that experience of going outside, exploring, and then going into the computer lab probably, and just putting the input on the map. But besides this, we have other activities, more hard copy, that you can run in the classroom depending on your priorities.
Yeah, and I would like to add that we have also alternatives, So it depends on the resources of the educator. You can select some of the activities, the whole package, or just the introduction of the project. If you have the capacity to go outdoors or not, so there are in the user guide some alternative scenarios.
Thank you, thank you. A já tady mám poslední dotaz.
Thank you. And last question before moving on. Thank you. Maybe my question was already answered in part. But when you introduce students to the topic, like green infrastructure, grey infrastructure, it was focused on the environmental aspect. Do you also include educating the children about public space as such? Because in my experience, this is sometimes missing. So, do you include teaching or introducing children to the concept of public space, to this concept, so that the children understand what it is and that public space is used by different age groups, etc., to make the whole activity meaningful? Thank you. In our educational materials and the PDFs, this is included. And we have tried to include this in the methodology. It has 40 or 50 pages so that the educators really get it. And in my view, this is the ideal process. So the teacher, the educator, should introduce the topic first to the children and then, only then, use the digital tool. It is not just the tool. It's, of course, about other activities and introducing them to the topic. Many thanks for all your great questions. Now, I want to ask you, would you be okay if we continue without a break? Because we have several short presentations, and then we would have a long break before the panel discussion. Is anyone against not having a break? Of course, if you need to go to the bathroom or refresh yourselves, feel free. Because we have speakers who will have to leave. That's why we prefer to continue and have a longer break afterwards. I can see many of you are leaving your seats, so I'm not sure. Okay, let's have a short break. 10 minutes, not more, please, because we have a tight schedule. Thank you.
that they're coming. Yes, and that they're very active.
You know, we are in the good of a now correction project that we created a scheme for. Well, I've been working in organizations before, and now I'm on the other side.
But you're doing it for your organization.
Yeah. No, it's not a profit. It's an active institution. But it's a 70%. It's within the scope that those projects help you advance things that you do. So we have more research-based things that we wouldn't be able to do only being on the market. And the end goal is that you advance the side. It's not yours, but others. Everybody's on it. We get into bigger consortiums, right? Not just us.
Děkuji mnohokrát, jste skvělí. Tak, já vás vítám do druhého bloku konference města.
So welcome to the second session of our conference, Cities Through the Eyes of Youth, Participation of Youth in Urban Planning. And we will start with the first presentation by our organization, Child Friendly City. We have been focusing on youth participation since 2013. It is the main focus of all our projects. So, let's start with the first presentation. In the second session, we will discuss some inspirational examples of youth participation from Czechia and abroad, showing specific projects and impacts of youth participation projects. I will present the general approach to participation. So, Child-Friendly City joins professionals from different fields. We focus on projects making our cities more friendly to children. Our approach is interdisciplinary. We try to connect experts with municipalities and with children and youth. Our projects focus on urban planning, on planning strategies of child-friendly cities. We also have educational projects, conferences, festivals, etc. And our third point of focus is community projects, neighborhood, things like adventure playgrounds. Together with Prague 3 and Prague 8, we opened the first two adventure playgrounds in the Czech Republic. I'm sorry? It was Prague 6. That's where we opened the first adventure playground in the Czech Republic, thanks to Petr Palacký. All our projects are participatory. We have our perspective of landscape architects, sociologists. Speaking about urban planning, youth participation means to us making children engaged in the design and in the decision making about urban space. I don't think I have to explain why this is necessary. Of course, children are not experts on design, but they know how they want to live, how they want to be in public space, and they have their word in urban planning. At the very beginning, there were two key projects that helped us a lot. It was a collaboration with Prague 3 in 2014 and with Prague 7 in 2016. This was a beginning of a big data collection, which resulted in a set of recommendations for neighborhood. Prague 3 has over 75,000 inhabitants. Prague 7 has around 50,000 inhabitants. We try to answer the questions: what does the city offer to children, and what do children need? So we collected and analyzed data and produced recommendations. More than 3,000 children and parents participated through workshops, surveys, public meetings, etc. We collected a huge amount of data in these projects manually, and at the time of these projects, we were able to process the data so that we can understand the quality of physical environment, of streets, the quality of parks, etc. We were able to identify barriers in the territory for children, for their transport to school, etc. Based on this data, we were able to suggest a series of recommendations. I'm going through it very briefly. The huge set of data helped us understand how children in Prague, children of different ages, spend their time in the city. What are the barriers? What are their wishes? How we could modify public space to be more adapted to children. These first two huge projects helped us define our methodology for youth participation and to define the specific parameters of a child-friendly city. In all our projects, we emphasize that children and youth should be involved in all phases, all steps of any project. So beginning with the data collection and ending with the implementation. The methodology, our methodology for children and youth participation is available on our website. If you are really interested in this topic and want to know more, I'd like to tell you that in 2019 we organized a two-day international conference here in Camp with lots of best practices from Czechia and abroad as to children and youth participation. We discussed the benefits of participation for children, for their relationship to the city, and of course the benefits for the public space itself, for the communities. So this is available on our website as well. I have mentioned our methodology. Now I would like to briefly take you through a project from 2019 that took place in Jihlava. I would like to speak about the process of participation. We were asked to map out the environment around kindergarten. We focused on the whole neighborhood. We had more than 700 participants, children of different ages and adults. Different age groups were involved in 3 phases. We focused on mobility analysis, so how people move and why. How do children get from their homes to the kindergarten? We analyzed the current use of the space. What do the children like, what they don't like. And finally, we analyzed opportunities and wishes and needs of the users. Data collection outdoors with the inhabitants of the neighborhood helped us identify the main parameters. Here, for example, we identified pedestrian routes used by children to get to the kindergarten. We identified different barriers, and based on this, we created a survey that was distributed to different age categories. There was a version with pictures for kindergarten, and it was also distributed to elementary school pupils and their parents. The results of the survey provided us with lots of data about mobility. We also gathered data about the potential of alternative transport. It turned out that more than 45% of children wanted to use bikes or scooters or skates to get to school or to kindergarten. The peak of this interest was in the age group 12 to 14, and after that the interest drops. However, these alternative ways of transport were not used very much due to some barriers, so we helped to remove these barriers. We also organized workshops in the kindergarten and in the elementary school. We gathered data during these workshops that were used subsequently. What were the outcomes? We learned, for example, that older children got off the bus one stop earlier, and then they used a shortcut through the park, and in this way they had some time on their own without the younger children. So they preferred to do this instead of getting off at the bus stop in front of the school. The workshops included planning. We wanted to enable children to model their own solutions, their ideas, to show them, not because of the design, but because of the function. We wanted them to show us how they want to spend time there. This was very useful. The data collection was followed up by this study by Atelier Divo. So, for example, a roof was installed in front of the school or in front of the canteen, because when it was raining, children had to wait there, be in front of the school in the rain. So the installation of the roof was very useful. The study focused on spaces where children spend free time and also where they can have outdoor lessons. There's one more project I'd like to mention. I think Petr Palacký will mention in his presentation one of our last projects involving youth in Prague 6. So now I want to mention another project. Our initiative tries to raise awareness about barriers for children and youth in cities, and we try to initiate new activities. And in 2014, we organized a 3-month project, and we found out that there are no opportunities for older children. There are playgrounds for younger children with sandboxes and swings. So there are lots of opportunities for younger children, but there was nothing for older children. So that's why we worked with them. So we went from planning to implementation. They designed some solutions that they would like to have in the space. They called this prototype Segmentus. It's a mobile group of furniture which can be used for sitting, lying. It can also be used as for skating. We also try to ask children what else can be done in the public space right now without big investments. And here I'd like to mention the theory of free elements for play. Sometimes just the addition of a very small thing, a simple element, can bring a huge change for children. So together with the school children, we analyzed the possibilities of these free elements for play in public spaces and parks. So these elements can be put in public space and then taken away again. And the outcome of this project was a big outdoor block game with building blocks, and it's amazing. Right now it is installed in Prague 7 in a park. So every day from 2 to 7 p.m. the blocks of this game are taken out and children can play with it. So this is the conclusion of my presentation. And for me, the peak of our activities are the so-called adventure playgrounds. In Prague 6, we opened a pilot adventure playground. Later, another adventure playground was inaugurated in Prague 3. Together with children, we initiated the creation of a space which is designed by children. It is the children who create it and who look after it. So let me show you this short video with sound, please.
Já vám to ještě poposunu. Vítáme jenom, tu chtěla mám. Ne, ono nepotřeba. Pojď, my jdem, jo? Náš výzkum je to, že jsme postavili obnovitelný pirátský párník. A jako dílo jsme ho postavili proto, aby se tady mohli z něm lidi hrát.
Děkuju, děkuju.
Thank you. This is my last slide with our website where you can find more. Thank you for your attention. And let's continue with the next presentation. And I would like to mention something we experience in our association. We try to convince municipalities and our teachers about what could be done. We show them examples from Copenhagen or from Barcelona. And Adam Gabriel reminded me of something. If we tell municipalities, look what they did in Tirana, and they will say, the Czech municipalities will say, well, if they could do it in Tirana, we can do it too. So I would like to invite our next speaker, Simon, who will invite you to a very interesting event in Bratislava.
Hello. Okay, so I have so much to talk to you about today. Two things. But anyway, I'm going to try to fit it all into 10 minutes. So I'm American. I've been based in Tirana for about 10 years. I run a nonprofit based in Tirana called the Relationship Center, where we do a school streets program on the ground. And then the other hat that I wear is that I'm the creative director of a conference just down the road in Bratislava that is kind of trying to bring together the child-friendly planning field into one place once a year. So first I'm going to talk a little bit about what we do in Tirana, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about what we're doing this year in Bratislava. Thank you for the invitation to be here. Oops. Okay. So I'm just going to jump right in. So we've been working on a school streets program since 2020, and in those 4 years or so, we've completed 9 permanent school streets. Those are the ones in green. Last year, the city of Tirana budgeted €1 million to build 20 more permanent all at once. And so here we are. So in this process. So it took a long time to get through those pilots. We've learned a lot. And in those 4 years, we've learned, we've been able to test a lot of stuff. And so in this moment where we're going into a big chunk of capital construction, we're also we're making a book of design guidelines which could then be applied kind of throughout the country. So in the process of making the design guidelines, we've been kind of trying to boil down what it is exactly that these school streets do, how can we make them as cheap as possible so that we can scale them as far as possible. And so I'm just going to tell you, they're very, very simple, and that's kind of, that's what makes them work. Here's a typical street in Tirana, right outside us. That's a schoolyard. The basic setup is that, where am I pointing actually? This? No. Okay. Typical setup, sidewalk. You have a vehicle lane where vehicles are moving, you have a parking lane. Very simple move. You take away the parking lane, you give all that space to the sidewalk. Super duh, no? And you also narrow that vehicle lane a little bit. And so what you get is there's the before, total chaos, and there's the after. So 4 meters of sidewalk is amazing. 4 meters means that you're walking shoulder to shoulder with 2 kids. It's a whole different set of relationships, whole different set of behaviors that can happen in that street. And, again, here's the basic diagram. That's all it is. Every street in every city has 2 walls on either side. Mobility justice, everything that we talk about in terms of fairness of the distribution of space in the public realm comes down to where's that line and who's it for? Who gets to be on that side? Who gets to be on that side? Super simple. In this case, to widen the sidewalk, you enable all these other kinds of behaviors. And at the same time, what's great about it is that you limit the behaviors of drivers. And that's key, because the narrow lane, once you also add bumps and you add maybe a chicane to make them move like this, when you slow drivers down, they also get quieter. It's much less hectic. It's a completely different kind of set of behaviors that drivers do. So here's the basic setup. So usually everybody has to come through one gate all at once. Imagine 800 kids have to come through one door all at once. There's no other building in any city that has to deal with that kind of flux. So 800 people come through one gate doesn't exist. So it just makes sense that the street would be bigger to accommodate that level of flux, even though it's only twice a day, or in some cases it's more, but even if it's only twice a day, and even if it's not year-round, you have to accommodate that flux. That is, again, kind of a responsibility of cities. It's just really practical, because there's so many people pouring into the schoolyard. And what happens, so here's the before, what happens when you do this is that, the other thing that we do is we have these bollards. So what it allows for is that everybody can kind of line up and let the kids out of the car backward too. So all the kids come down, filter into the safe space, and then through the door. So it makes the whole situation just much calmer. The other thing that it does is it kind of approaches a win-win in the sense that it does feel more comfortable for drivers. It feels safer to drivers because the visibility is much better. So by removing that parking lane, which is, as all of you know, the most dangerous thing for kids in streets is running between cars. That a kid is that high, this is a nightmare. And in many city streets, you have cars on both sides. So it's just totally like it's the worst situation for kids. So by taking that away, lowering and keeping that low bollard, you make this really, really open, visible situation. And it really is just sort of better for everybody. The other thing about the Tirana School Streets model that we've been developing over the last 4 years is very, very cheap. It's like 10,000, 15,000. Things are kind of cheap in Tirana compared to other places, but in terms of materials, the trick that we got to use over the past 4 years is that they were built with the maintenance department of the city. So we weren't tendering anything. So all of the labor was in-house. And that allowed us to practice in a very inexpensive way. The actual cost of the materials, those bike racks are former fence. We can do all kinds of stuff. We can reuse materials, all kinds of experiments by using the municipal staff. And so, we as an NGO, of course, we're getting grants to pay for these projects, but the labor of the city was really, really cheap. And then in terms of how long they take, this was the most recent one that we completed, and it's about 16 weeks for about 110 meters of road. So they're fast. Also, and relatively simple. And the more that we made of them, the faster they got, of course, too, because it was one team, for the most part, who was getting to do them. So again, here's the trick. Just move that line. And again, what that does is it just opens up all kinds of other possibilities for what can happen in the street. when we talk about child-friendly planning, which is what all of you are engaged with, is we're changing the behaviors of what's possible in the street. Okay, we talk about, the scientific literature says that caregivers should be talking to their child, feeding the child, changing a diaper in public because we want them to be outside. We don't want them to have to stay inside. All of these things that we know caregivers need to do and that we know kids need to do in terms of growing up with a sense of autonomy, being able to roam free, all of the behaviors that we expect or that we want kids to be able to do, we know that the street does not allow. Usually, and this is what, so again, sort of child-friendly planning, and again, it doesn't really matter, this street is really for all ages. It's for really little kids, toddlers can run around, teenagers love hanging out here, elderly people love being on these streets, and this is another illustration of what's so great about that, moving that line, which is that that's a pretty slow street if those guys are able to be sitting there with their back that close to the vehicle lane, and so they're there waiting for their kids to come out of school, but they're having these really rich social interaction that, again, would have been much more stressful before. And finally, again, that's the behavior that we want to see, This is, a child-friendly city looks like this everywhere, but not just on one street in front of a school, but every neighborhood street is full of people. I'm not, so unfortunately I can't really talk about these, but street parties are great. All right, so just really quick segue into the conference. Again, we started it with the mayor of Bratislava last year. He has a quite robust now school streets program and child-friendly planning program now embedded in the city planning unit. It's really important for us to have an opportunity for all of us to come together in one place and exchange. And, the observation from him as a mayor was he doesn't have access to experts, and he's also, as a mayor, often lacking funding. As experts in the room, those of us who run NGOs, we know we need mayors and we need funders. The other thing is that we also know that funders need mayors and experts just as much. Funders have to have somewhere to put their money, and they need good projects. And it's hard to find a good project, actually. And so what this conference tries to do is bring those three groups together in one place and to kind of triangulate the needs of the field in order to make the city better for kids. It's 600 people. This is what it looks like. It's really fun. It's 2 days. And this year, the theme is housing. So there's just last two slides. One of my co-curators this year is Dinah Bornat. Dinah and I spoke here at camp just about a month ago. But Dinah, for those of you who are really interested in participation, Dinah has a really robust participation practice in her architecture firm, where she is hired by big developers in London to bring communities together and to essentially think about large-scale housing developments. So she's an expert in this. She also designs housing herself, but she'll be speaking. She's a keynote, and she will talk about her experience with engaging children in the design of housing. And then finally, another highlight for me is we have Eva Kyle, and I don't know if anybody here knows who Eva is, but responsible for gender mainstreaming in Vienna since the early 90s. And I think this session is really exciting because basically all of the observations that Eva was making in the early 1990s about how the city did not work for women and nor women caregivers got embedded in a document that more or less guides the city planning of the city of Vienna, and it has culminated in one of Europe's largest new housing developments, Aspern-Seestadt, which will eventually be something like 25,000 people, designed entirely around the knowledge of what needs are of women. And when we talk about building the field of child-friendly planning, And as a little bit of a history lesson of sort of where do we all come from, what lineage do we all owe our work to, it's very much a gender-focused practice from the even 70s and 80s in London and different places. But Eva is certainly a pioneer, and she will be on stage with a very long plenary talking about kind of her own journey and also sort of how it's now culminated in the physical neighborhood of Asper and Seestadt. So that's my last slide. Oh, my text got all messed up. This was really well formatted. But yeah, that's an exclamation mark, not a one. Hope to see ya. There. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Simon. Thank you. And stay for a bit. Thank you. I think this is really, really great that Start With Children is happening now in Bratislava, especially for this Middle Europe region and all of our countries from the former Eastern Bloc. And seeing this in Bratislava is really great. So I really, really invite you all to come and join. It's in a month, right? And teď dám prostor pro nějaké dotazy, protože je potřeba využít tuto příležitost, kdy Simona máme tady v Praze.
Should you have any questions, then don't hesitate to ask.
How did you convince the municipality to lose the parking space? Because this is like I cannot imagine happening here.
No way.
Yeah, no, I mean, the parking is the toughest part of that situation, or let's say the most politically dependent part of that conversation is the parking, for sure. We were lucky enough to have a mayor who was willing to take a risk. The first pilot project that we did was, the city said no at first, and it took us a long time to convince them. Actually, the story that I tell about the street party is that the street party is what convinced them. So bringing people out in a scenario that looked amazing was what changed their minds. There was no memo, there was no data collection that we could do, there was no persuasion that we could tell to them. You had to show it. And I love that story. It's been so important for us because basically the way that we do participation is we just make, we just pretend that it's the street that's to become. So we don't ask the men to come to a meeting and, raise their hand and complain. We don't ask permission. Hey, is it okay with you if we protect children's lives? Yes or no? No. We say, we're going to do a school street here, and we really want you to be a part of it. And we're going to make it super fun. And look how fun this is. And what's really interesting about it for us is most of our work was always focused on young kids, 0 to 5. How do you get 0 to 5 to, practically contribute to your design? It doesn't make sense, really, but that doesn't mean that they're not important as part of the story. And for us, it was always literally if they're having a great time on the street, if you're creating a situation where they feel safe and they're having a good time, that is in itself a really strong piece of evidence that your street is working for them. Later, when people come and complain, oh, you don't like this? Here's a photo of 50 kids having the time of their lives, And so, again, that's another reason the street party is so effective, because it builds up this evidence. But anyway, the parking thing depends on where you are. But I think that there's an evolving conversation about parking in a lot of places now. I know that there is one in Bratislava, and they said that was impossible not very long ago, Bratislava is a very car-dependent, car-dominant city. It's a bunch of surface highways, basically. Everybody's very used to driving, but the thing is that, I don't know. There's a lot of, my favorite arguments are with people about parking. I think it's so obviously not fair the way that it works. And I think there's so many other solutions to it that basically street parking, no more street parking. So that's where I think that my advice to people is no more street parking in front of the school. That's it. Park on the street over there, park on the ground, park on the periphery, whatever it is. The city can no longer provide free storage for your private property in front of a school. Makes no sense. And that's one thing that I will say, Paris, I'm trying to keep this short, but City of Paris has like something like 250 school streets now. Tirana has the second best school streets program in the world, I think. Paris has the first best. Paris's school streets program is insanely beautiful. It's really good. They've got a lot of money. They finished all the schools. There's no more schools left. And it was like 77% approval rating of the school streets. Meanwhile, like the pedestrianization of the Seine River, all that stuff was horrible. It was stuck in court for years, it was a nightmare. School streets are a winner. They just are. If there's anything that can be done in a city, it's a school street. And Paris ran out, and now they've got people, Carlos Moreno just told me this the other day, people in Paris are saying, hey, wait a minute, I want a green street in front of my house too, but I don't happen to live by a school. What can I do? So it really changes people's minds. So Anne Hidalgo put it to a vote, and she said, do you want 500 green streets around Paris? Yes or no? It passed with 66%. So 500 new streets now. So it's the one piece of infrastructure that really changes people's minds. And if you can start with a pilot, it's a great way to bring people around.
I saw many hands before, so I just want to give more space to everyone. Další dotaz, tam byly nějaké ruky na
Are there other questions?
Další nějaký?
Any other questions?
Yeah, that was the main one.
The thing, you just make the space really useful. So if you take space away from something, you have to make it really obviously way better. And if you can do that in one pilot, then you really build momentum, and you can start to show it around the city.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And see you soon in Bratislava.
Yeah, see you.
A teďka přivítám naši partnerku, řeckého partnera Marie.
I will now welcome Maria, our Greek partner from Design Clips, who will present an example from Paris at which she collaborated. Now the floor is yours.
I'm Maria. Okay. I'm part of the team that we were partners in the My Hood project you saw earlier. We are Design Clips. It's an urban design studio. We are based in Greece. And following the presentation that we had in the morning, why we were actually partnering for the My Hood, it really aligns with what we do in our work in Greece as designers. So we advocate a lot for children and youth participation. And for the My Hood project, we worked a lot in how to create tools that can provide appropriate information for youth to actually be empowered to have ideas and arguments for more sustainable cities. So to understand what are the climate change impacts and how to actually suggest ideas that can be doable and feasible and make sense. So with this presentation, we want to take you through what we do afterwards, after we get the data, and how we actually as designers translate that type of information. So why do we insist so much in providing the appropriate information for children and youth? Is that this is the conditions that we live in. I'm sorry that the map is really zoomed in the area that we are working. It's more south in Europe, but this is the data that we have. So according to research and the World Meteorology Organization, over the last 30 years, temperatures in Europe have increased more than any other continent. And particularly the European South is going to suffer the most. So we need to adapt, and we need to adapt for the next generation. The next generation needs to understand why we need to make a shift in the design. So as a design studio, we advocate a lot for nature-based schoolyards. We focus a lot on schools and schoolyards. And we suggest this to cities as a climate adaptation measure. So we create this narrative why this is a climate adaptation measure for infrastructure and for for funding, I would say. This is where we get the funding. But I will go through the multiple benefits that children actually have by having nature-based schoolyards. So here I have also an example from Paris. You see there at the top, there's a map from Paris and the multiple natural schoolyards that they already have implemented. And I have here a few ideas why a nature-based solution, a nature-based schoolyard is a great climate adaptation measure. Because schools have many benefits, and a school street is actually a great idea to start from. Also, schools are located in the heart of every neighborhood. From infrastructure perspective, if we try to transform every schoolyard, we actually are creating a growing network of parks within the heart of every neighborhood, providing a better environment for residents of all ages as we improve the microclimate. What do we call nature-based schoolyards? More or less, like we define it as schoolyards that actually have 20 to 30% of the total surface covered by natural or permeable material. They do improve the thermal comfort because of the vegetation that we have and the materials, and they can actually become climate shelters for residents of all ages in days of extreme heat. So they can open up the schoolyards to welcome all residents. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the benefits of a nature-based schoolyard go beyond of infrastructure, and they have multiple benefits for children's well-being and health. They promote more physical activity due to the natural elements that we create. They promote contact with nature. They inspire for more outdoor learning. They can use the schoolyard as an outdoor learning classroom. They provide cleaner air. In most cases, we do have vegetable gardens in the schoolyard, so we have an opportunity of introducing children to healthier diets, and as mentioned earlier, they do provide more comfortable microclimate. Also, we have benefits for their balanced development because they promote, they give incentives for more psychomotor learning, sensory learning. They foster relationships with the surrounding environment, and also sparking imagination and creative play. Now, a few words about the case of Paris and how it started. And in 2017, Paris experienced two really long heat waves with temperatures that reached over 45 degrees. And this actually led the municipality to close the schools for 3 consecutive days. Then after this incident, the city of Paris developed the Oasis Schoolyards concept as an action plan for climate adaptation. And in 2018, they did have the opportunity for a generous funding from the European Regional Development Fund through the Initiative of Urban Innovative Actions to actually pilot the greening of 10 schoolyards through a rigorous participatory process. Now, I had the pleasure, and I was very lucky to actually be the urban expert for this project and follow closely the transformation that happened in Paris. And now you see what actually the schoolyards look like, from asphalt-covered and sports-oriented schoolyard to a delightful, I would say, place for children and nature-based. And, and the kindergarten here, you see the before and after, and all this was designed together with children as well. Now, how did Paris actually manage to deliver this? This is an overview of the roadmap of the process that this project followed, and it's very important that early on the school community, and particularly the primary users, the children, were engaged through workshops from assessment, diagnostic workshops to co-design workshops. The whole community was informed and engaged through multiple types of activities and exhibitions. Then the plans that were created were validated by experts and city officials, and we ended up with final construction and the images you saw before. This more or less took 18 months, and no, it wasn't a very cheap project as school streets can be. It's a more infrastructure, but actually it goes beyond just the primary users of the space, and because we aim of creating those pocket parks within the heart of every neighborhood. Now I'm taking you to Greece, and this is where we work most, and where we replicated the approach that we did for the Oasis project in Paris. Very similarly to Paris, Athens also is experiencing really terrifying heat waves, I would say. It's very common that they reach temperatures close to 45 degrees every year. Last year again, they had twice to close down schools because of the high temperatures. And Athens is actually the hottest mainland European capital in Europe, yeah. So this is an example of a schoolyard that we delivered last year, and again, from a plain asphalt-covered schoolyard, we turned it into a more nature-based schoolyard together with children, and I'll show you how we did this. And another observation that you can make is that we have different natural materials that we used in Paris, and this is also important when we replicate an approach from different contexts to keep in mind the different climate conditions, like concerning humidity, drought incidents, water scarcity, and so on. Now, how did we do this? So, first of all, we engaged different teams of students in 2-hour workshops for the workshops that we call diagnostic ones. Then we familiarize the children with biodiversity and the flowers, the different plants, insects, animals that live together with us in open spaces. Then we mapped, we did different activities of mapping, the routes, the entrances where we enjoy to be, places that we like, and also use tools like photo voice that you probably have heard before in taking pictures of things that we like or don't like and we want to change in our schoolyards. Later on, after we go through these activities, we go through reflections, and the important thing that we do in this process is that we take children outside from the schoolyard and put them in a place that could actually be more similar to what it means a nature-based schoolyard. So we pick a place, we map a place around the school that can actually provide those type of quality, of spatial quality. So we took them in that area in a park close by, and we have here some testimonials of what the children actually shared with us. I would much rather have lessons here than in the classroom, and you see it's a natural place shaded by trees. So it is better here than in our schoolyard because the trees create shade for us, and we can still see the sky compared to the schoolyard where they have tents for shading. So why do we do this and we go through this diagnostic phase together with children? Is one thing to capture spatial qualities, to be shared and understood by the users so they understand why we're changing the design, and also to inspire the users and empower them with appropriate information to take the lead for a change and advocate for more sustainable cities in general. Now, the next stage is going through inspirational and co-design workshops. So at this stage, we take the children through different examples to get inspired, but also introduce them to the tools that we use as designers, which means drawings, floor plans, and models. Children have different materials and have the opportunity to explore and change and discuss together to develop a final solution that they would like to suggest for their schools. So why we do these processes? First of all, we do that to build sense of responsibility and ownership, because there's a great part that we try to convince every school that for the sustainability of such projects and the maintenance, the whole community needs to be part of it. So by creating the sense of responsibility and ownership, children and the school community feel really proud of what they have delivered, so they feel responsible of securing it and taking care of it. And also, it's another exercise for building and fostering teamwork. Now, this is another kindergarten that's really under construction at the moment, under tendering phase at the moment. So again, in also younger ages, we advocate for replacing plastic play equipment to a more natural landscape for creative play. And I want to close, probably over time, I want to close my presentation by saying that how important it is to actually shift the mindset, that to turn from what we have seen as building schoolyards into bringing more nature right now in the play areas and the school areas. From the different roles that we might have, either we are policymakers, we are designers, we are decision makers, we are just parents, it's important to understand how we can actually help the children have a better experience and help having great environments for their well-being and health. And I'm sure that in this room today, we would all agree that a place like this is way better than a playground on the other side. So it's important to prioritize the meaningful participation of children early on, so they do advocate for this and they sustain it as the next generation of leaders, that this is the way we can create cities that are more accessible, more sustainable, and more fun for everyone in the end. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Maria. Again, we'll have some space for the questions. Jsou nějaké dotazy z publika? Je možnost se zeptat?
Are there any questions to Maria?
Ne, bude příležitost se doptat i na konci tady toho druhého bloku, kdybyste se na něco vzpomněli. There will be more chance at the end of the block.
Definitely.
So thank you very much,
Thank
Maria. A já přivítám Dalibora Nára.
So I will now welcome another speaker, Dalibor Naar. He will take us back to the educational area and present the project Climate in the City by Scout Institute. Thank you for having me here today. I will present our educational project, but first I will make a brief introduction of what is Scout Institute. Those of you who live in the Czech Republic know that the major Scout organization is called UNAG and has 79,000 members, so it is indeed a big organization. And we also have our think tank, which is the Scout Institute. Those of you who live in Prague know it's a public space, but it's not just a house at the Old Town Square or at Kappa Park. It's more. We started as an archive for the scouting organization to preserve the memory of scouting, but we also now run a center called Svitlo, Light, for Ukrainian refugees, and we work with a number of issues and themes or principles close to scouting, which we can also offer to the wider audience. We have a team that deals with education in landscape outdoors. We have a team working with schools to promote well-being of children, and we have a group focusing on young adults, people aged 18 plus, to whom we offer various activities and projects which can enable them to be active in the public space. We have also patronages programs, meaning that children work with experts and they take under their patronage, their auspices, some plays, work on a climate measure, replenishment of the landscape, protection, and so on. We now have 390 groups who take care of a specific place in the landscape. And we want our work to be practical, but also to strengthen the children and to make them willing to become engaged in the public space. We offered a program we call Adapt Your School or micro-adaptation, because it's indeed a micro-dimensional change. And the program is about having workshops with children analyze their surroundings from the perspective of 6 climate challenges, be it water retention and others. And they analyze their surroundings, school surroundings, and they pin places that are either problematic or have a potential. We discuss what could be done, analyze things by means of cards that present different issues. This is one of the things that I would like to bring your attention to. We've been looking for ways of presenting the issue to the children, and we find out that they have a number of misconceptions, they lack a number of information. So the cards are there to tell them what are the issues, the problems, but also offer possible solutions, and it works very well. We now develop those cards further in cooperation with Terza, which is an NGO focusing on environment protection. And then, if we have time, we want to get children involved in co-creation, co-planning activities related to it, and we focus very much on bringing things to life. We don't want to limit ourselves to abstract planning. We also want the children to really carry out the project. And again, often it's a micro project because we have limited time and limited resources. What's important about my message I wanted to convey to you are these 4 things. It's important to find how to guide the participants, the children, through the issue. It's not easy to convey correctly what the issue is and find possible solutions. This is where we came to the cards eventually. Then second, you need sufficient time. If you don't have enough time to bring things to their end, to create the project, carry it to some life, then the children can come out of it thinking, oh, you know, this is good for nothing. The third thing is that we need support from grown-ups. It needs to be a so-called legitimate project. This is probably the most difficult part of our experience. We started 3 years ago. We had 10 schools involved last year. Today we also have 10 schools, and this is the same problem again and again. At the beginning, the school leadership says, oh, we like this project, yes, we will do it. And then they hit against, okay, let's have flower beds here in the yard. And it's a micro thing, right? But they start coming up with so and so many problems and why this is an obstacle and not possible and so on. And suddenly the energy the children put into the project comes to the fact that the things are too difficult and the adults are not willing to collaborate. So if you overcome this, then fourth thing is communication, communicating the results. It's important that the school communicates with the parents and the kids, that there is communication streaming in all directions. So what do we help with? We try to provide an expert. So if the children come up with a project, a measurement, a solution, we try to bring an expert so they can consult things and ask their questions. We help with the selection of adaptation measures. We have a multi-criteria analysis metrics, so we can help the children evaluate what's the best adapted solution. And to newly involved school now, we can offer also a visit to the previous participants so they can see the results of the project in other places. And we also have a micro grant. I'm speaking here about 3,000 to 5,000 that we can offer to the school, and it indeed helps to the teacher to say, look, this doesn't incur any costs for the school, so we can do it. And indeed, I think that this persuading others that children need this space is so important, because it increases the likeliness that they will get involved in other things in the future. Thank you for your attention. So are there any questions? We speak about schools in Prague, correct? Or do you offer your program also in other towns? For now, it's only in Prague, but we had workshops in scout groups in other places in Czech. I'm from a different organization, and I was surprised to hear that we actually work on the same things. We have a pretty much same program. We do pretty much the same thing as you do, but in Moravia, and we have some 26 schools at this point. And indeed, to work with the management of the school is so important. When we have the head of the school and the teachers involved in business competencies, and so it indeed helps a lot. So there don't seem to be any more questions. Thank you, Dalibor. And I would like to welcome another speaker, Jiří Pánek from the Palacký University in Olomouc, who will present the EduChange project, again a project about active engagement of teenagers.
Tak dobré odpoledne.
Good afternoon. It's a great follow-up after the previous presentation. I'm from the natural science faculties, and we teach future geography teachers. And the problem is that teaching geography is a lot about memorizing capitals, etc., which is not very useful. And I will speak about a project called EduChange, which is about changing education, specifically educating about climate change. And just like Myhood, it was an Erasmus Plus project. We collaborated with universities from Trondheim, Malta, Utrecht, and Seppo. And we discussed how future teachers learn to teach and how to do it differently. We tried to involve modern methods, technologies, and spending time outdoors. Of course, schools have their limitations, or they are not always open to everything. However, I like to present our two projects and to tell you what is and what isn't realistic. So these were two projects, 3 years and then 3 years again. The first project was about climate change, specifically water. All the partner cities have issues with water. In Olomouc, the issue is floods. In Malta, it's drought. In Trondheim, there are lots of hills, so when there's a heavy rain, the city becomes muddy very quickly. Utrecht is a city built on channels, so the water is getting closer to houses. So the common topic is water in cities. During the 3 years of the project, we realized that what students like most is gamification. So in the second 3-year project, we focused on gamification. We used mobile games, or we tried to design mobile games that would engage students. The general idea was to take a group of students from the 4 universities, most of them future teachers. We would give them we would provide them with a 2-week course, and then they would have 2 months to come up with an activity for high school students in their countries. They would pilot it and then meet again and share their experience. Of course, COVID complicated our situation in the 3rd year. In the first 2 years, we followed this plan. So first there was a 7-day intensive field course, then there were 2 to 3 months of preparing, testing, realizing educational activities back home. It was locally specific. It was different in Olomouc and in Malta. And then there was a meeting of 5 days of sharing experiences and learning lessons. In each country, the form was different. We tried to involve scientific methods, theory and practice. But what students like most is when you take them out of the classroom, because they spend so much time in the classrooms that they are always happy to go outside. They also designed a board game. In the Netherlands, we could experience the typical weather, rain and water everywhere. Here you can see jumping over a stream or a channel. So then they piloted their activities in schools. Very often they used our methods. We kind of hoped they would be more innovative, but usually they copied what we used. And we are not super innovative, so unfortunately sometimes they replicated our methods. So some of the activities were in the classroom, some were outdoors. But the teaching methods were not very innovative. On the other hand, they tried to use modern tools like virtual reality or going outdoors with the students. There were some cultural aspects. This is the National Day in Norway. There's a parade of local associations, including Star Wars fans, which was a cultural shock for some. Then COVID came. And we realized that virtual reality is quite useful. We were really scared of COVID. We wondered how can we do field trips online. But We have technologies. We had a 360-degree camera. So one of our colleagues went outdoors, went to the site, and he did the presentation there. The students had their VR goggles on, and they could watch it in 3D. So it's an environmentally friendly way of traveling. We didn't have to go to Norway, all of us. We could just send one person. So, what is the edu-change philosophy? On my slide, it's in English because our project was in English. So the main idea is that there is a dual learning. We try to teach something to our students, future educators, and then they would go to the schools and try it out, teaching students. Because they have very little practice when they study to become teachers. They only spend about 3 weeks in real schools. So we wanted to involve fieldwork, game-based, flipped learning, story maps making, instead of using PowerPoint. So that's our philosophy. We were hoping for a cascade effect. So we were hoping for them to take what we tell them and then use it with their students. Then we started the second project during COVID. There was an innovation. We started using much more games, be it board games, card games, field games, computer games. So the activities containing a game were the most successful. There were online maps with activities or tasks. There were maps that the students created themselves. So the task was to say what will happen if water level goes up. We also used the SEPO platform, which enables you to design your own space games. So you set tasks, they have to go there physically, and then they are informed about the task. For example, imagine what would happen if the level of the local river would rise by 1 meter. And they can answer with a picture, with a video. Our students enjoyed it very much, using photos, videos, hashtags. For them, it's natural. They use their mobile phone all the time. The possibility to answer a question with a video was something they really enjoyed very much. Some students came up with a board game, a card game in this case. So they designed these cards in Canva. So you can make your own language version. So they designed these cards. to build a climate-neutral city. This was one of the most successful activities. They did it from scratch. It wasn't based on any existing game. They used the gamification to educate about climate change effects. So I think this is my last slide, yes. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. And you can find more on educhange.net. The project ended 3 years ago, so maybe not everything is up to date. You can also contact me by email. Thank you very much, Yuri. Please don't leave yet. Maybe there are some questions. Is the card game available? The card game is not on the website, but you can send me an email and I will send you the Canva link. I asked the student to give me the link because I couldn't find it on the website, so just send me an email. Thank you. Any other questions? No more questions. Thank you very much. And our next and last speaker is Petr Palacký, councillor from Prague 6 district, who will speak about youth participation in municipal investments in public spaces.
Tak, děkuji za slovo.
Thank you for inviting me. When I was preparing my part, I saw that it didn't include the link for all the information. And I see that I actually have a mistake too, but it should be lepshi6.cz/Lotyšák. So if you want to search for any information, then you can do so on that website of Lepší 6, meaning better 6. I will speak about Lotyšské Square, which was done in collaboration with child-friendly city. We have several representatives of this organization here. I will speak mainly about what are the possibilities and perhaps drawbacks when children and youth are involved, and I will discuss it from the perspective of a city council representative. So I am here on behalf of Prague 6. We were the first ones to have the adventure playground as opposed to Prague 3. It's important to give yourself the credit of being a pioneer of something. My field of activity is environment and climate. It's even in the title. I believe we are the only ones in the Czech Republic, which makes me the worst councillor for environment and climate in the Czech Republic, because I'm the only one too. So in Prague 6, it's a coalition of Democrats, Christian Democrats, the party of mayor, party called Prague to itself, Sobě, and the Green Party. I believe that this coalition works pretty well, and Surprisingly so, we don't argue that much about increasing local taxes or reducing the transport and so on. So we agree on many things as coalition. But one thing we couldn't agree on was the participation activity and how much of them we should offer and so on. Some of my coalition partners don't consider participation a key thing. I will mention their arguments later on, and there are other colleagues, partners, who consider it as a key aspect. So eventually we made a compromise. We increased our budget for participation activities. And if I consider participation important within my project, I can do so. It's not a problem. But we don't have any internal rules that would set parameters as to by size and when participation should be obligatory and so on. So eventually, this leads to a paradox, because some projects are participatory ones, others we have exposed participatory involvement of people, or another project here in the technical library where we had suddenly a hall full of people interested. But anyhow, it's a possibility. It's not a binding decision. Some colleagues are not so welcoming when it comes to participation, and they say, and I can understand that you can hear loud opinions, typically of the opponents. They live nearby and they see an event as a conflictual one. They want to prevent the happening of something. And also participation often leads to opting for solutions that are pretty much conservative and simple. It's like, why do you carry out a major reconstruction? It would be enough if you just did this and don't get too involved because it always ends up in a disaster and so on. When you make a participatory event, it always, however, raises the interest. And often the only people heard are the loud ones. And other users of public space can be thus silenced. However, these are not arguments against participation. It's arguments for participation done in a correct way. Each group of residents, inhabitants of a city is different depending on their age, gender, etc. They have different interests, they need different things, and we have to balance those requirements, those perspectives. To do so, we need to choose methods that enable us to address these different groups well and get quality feedback from them. Say we display QR code around the neighborhood and we ask, do you have a problem with something? Then shoot the QR code and send us your feedback. This will exclude my parents because they don't know how to use it. So only young people or people capable of working with QR codes can send us feedback. And today we work with the group of children and youth, and again, it's a specific group with specific needs, and we need to work with them accordingly. We work with the children-friendly city. An organization which I consider very interesting one and a model one for a number of methods of involvement of citizens. To give you a context, I need to share some basic information with you. So when it comes to the Lotyšská Park, so it's a, say, small, medium-sized park. It's basically an inner courtyard within a block of build-up area, block of houses. And there is a reconstruction of pavements planned. It should include water retention reservoirs, some new trees, etc. And long-term plan included also a refresh, so to say, of the green area, which is a park-like area. If we look at a wider perspective, you can see it's a well-working area. It's one of the most active playgrounds in Prague 6. However, the major readjustments were done some 20-25 years ago, and you can see that surfaces really need refurbishment. It's a highly frequented place, which functions quite well. And as part of the future works intended for this place, we would like to provide the park a shape it deserves in the 21st century, and also include different interest groups. Yes, there is a QR code here, as you see, but there are also other options. So we had a multi-leveled participatory activities, which I will present to you. At first, in-depth interviews with users at the spot were carried out with different groups, different days, at different times, so surveying how the use changes throughout the day and weather and seasons and so on. We also carried out interviews with interest groups, influencers, local community, and so on. Then we had this sort of stand, information stand. People could present their contributions, their ideas. So it's a participatory activity. This public meeting pointed us as a potentially conflictious areas. Is it a park or is it a playground? There is a lot of many people living around, so do they mind the noise or not? Do they want it to be a quiet place? Some of them do, and so on. We made a step further and organized several other activities. We had a participatory workshop aimed at children and youth, and then at their parents. We had two groups separate, and we were mapping the needs of this specific group. So children could do evaluation maps based on their feelings and emotions. And we know that at some age, the way you spend your leisure time is gender divided. So we need to assess gender requirements of what is a suitable and unsuitable public space. Again, here you can see the questionnaire, which we distributed offline and online. Offline distribution means you involve the elderly people or people that are not so much at ease in the digital world. We had, I believe, 320 responses. And it allowed us to get opinions about some conflictual aspects, and this enabled us to make a better analysis. So, what should you do with the responses, with the outcomes? If you learn that 80% of respondents are happy to have green surface at that square, then it can sound silly, but it can also offer you valuable insight, material for the landscape architects. And if there are some conflictual points, you can scale your decision based on the responses, which can seem banal at first, but they are not if you work with them correctly. So here you can see what are the strengths and weaknesses of the area. A month ago, we had a public presentation held at town hall. We didn't have so many people, perhaps 30 persons present, but very interestingly, we had a large group of young users of the park, and they asked very constructive questions. They wanted to know if there is shade, if there will be goalkeeping gates, rounded or square ones, and so on. And they represented what are the more active users. And if we had not searched among the elder users, we would probably give preference to those. And also, we would never probably have them present at the town hall if they were not active in the previous stages. In some respect, one of our aims was to eliminate barriers in the park. There was a fence and so on, but eventually we saw that there needs to be some supervision or park manager who could come at certain times and tell people, oh, dogs must be on leash here, and so on. And one of those boys came up to us and he said that he could do that. He was willing to do that. So we succeeded in involving those young guys. And they are willing to participate even later on when the park is operating again. So we would like to blend the park more to sort of not to have it as it is today, when it's this like one part is for children and youth and the other part is, say, for the elderly people. We also want the playground to be more friendly to different age groups and open it to older children too, so that it's not limited to a group, say, of 3 to 6 years old, to create a space where they can carry out many different activities. So what would I tell to my colleagues? Participation is needed. It's not easy. When I started working as a politician, I got this advice that you can either do things quickly or you can do it fast or cheap. And you can hardly ever meet all those three criteria. You can't do things fast, well, and cheap. When things drag on, the costs can increase. When we first calculated the costs, I was almost fainting, but then we found some possibilities of financing the project from EU funds, and I personally believe that it's worth it, and it's worth it to involve different groups, especially those marginalized ones, be it children, be it teens, be it the elderly, and it's important for the future result, which will be a quality result, because it also means that the users will consider the new space their own. So eventually it makes our job much more easier. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions, comments? There's one hand in the back. I have one question. During the research, the survey, you had gender categories as well. And then when I saw the pictures from the meeting, it was mainly young men. And then the proposal the design doesn't show quite clearly where the girl's perspective is. Can you say a few words about it? Petr didn't include or present the proposal as such, the design. I would probably present it differently as the co-author of the project. We see it from the perspective of the architects, Petr sees it from the perspective of the municipality. But refer yourself to the lepsishestka.cz Lotyšák, and you will see all the different stages and also the final design. It includes a report and other texts. And at the beginning, what we find out was that it's a playground for small children, and then there is a sports ground, and it offers nothing to girls. This is what the girls actually told us. Oh, we have nothing to do. We can sit on a bench here and there, or we can actually go somewhere else. So we focus on girls, and we designed multifunctional elements that you couldn't see in those two visualizations. But we aim at teens. We also have hammocks, so sort of swings that seem to be very popular with teen girls. So do have a look at the website. Anything else you want to add, Lita? No? Were girls present at the participation at the municipality? No, I don't think so. We didn't succeed in having them there, but in the previous levels of the participatory process, they were represented pretty well. The footballers' lobby was stronger, those young boys who were so interested in how it will look in the future. And we indeed hope that the girls will be interested in the future shape of the place too. So, we are running out of time. So let's have a break of 10 minutes now. We will prepare here the space for the panelists, which is the last section of today's conference, last part. Thank you.
No, akorát ta maska zapomněla nám to trénovat. Tak nějak na prste, tak třeba jsou to na to bylo na ty ústěvky, Jo.
Napravdu. Je to možný. Je to možný. Já to opravdu napravím.
Poprosím publikum, aby si sedlo na místa. Děkuji moc. Tak dobré odpoledne.
Good afternoon, and let me launch the third session of our conference, Cities Through the Eyes of Youth, Participation of Youth in Urban Planning. We have our panelists here who will discuss the topic of youth participation in urban planning, how we can support it, promote it. So we have our speakers, whom I have already introduced, but we also have some other panelists whom I will introduce right now. We have Kristina Ulmanova, head of the Public Space Office Prague at the Institute of Planning and Development. We have Tomáš Lapáček, director of the Prague Innovation Institute. Matěj Hájek, multidisciplinary artist from Skal Studio. And we have Nicole Kroušek, Deputy Mayor of Prague 3. Welcome. We have tried to assemble the panel so as to have representatives of different areas, from municipalities, urban planning, and education. I hope we have succeeded. And also, I would like to have an idea of who we have in the audience. So, who is from the education area? Please raise your hand. Education and raising awareness. Thank you. Urban planning, architecture. Public authorities, municipalities. One person. Youth workers. That's similar to education. Thank you very much. Municipalities are represented on the panel, so I guess it's quite balanced. And I would like to invite our audience to join the debate as well. The aim of this panel is not to convince about the importance of youth participation. We all agree that youth have the right to participate on urban planning. The aim is to share experiences, share best practices, and move the topic forward so that children and youth participation could become something quite normal and common in big investments in public space. I have an introductory question, and I will give you some time to reflect on it. So what I'd like to know is, when was the last time you changed your mind thanks to a young person, and why? Take your time. And we have microphones for the panel. Nicole Kroušek. I keep changing my mind in little things every day, thanks to my children. But what changed my mind a lot was the analysis of youth needs in Prague 3. When I was going through the outcomes of this analysis, I realized it didn't agree with what I learn about young people in the media. I normally don't encounter many young people and teenagers, but in this analysis I could see they are very constructive. They have great ideas, great communication skills. So I realized that what you can hear in the media is not true at all. Our young people, our youth, are great partners for creating cities. So I changed my view of the youth. Petr? I'm a father of 2 children. You could see one of them in the Adventure Playground video. My children are actually my primary consultants in terms of urban planning and climate change. My children go to a forest kindergarten, so they are used to playing with natural materials every day in their kindergarten, so they are not especially fascinated by adventure playgrounds because it's normal for them. Anyone else?
I would say I would agree that our children actually are main consultants on this, and I've seen that because I have a very young child, so she's just 3.5. So I've worked with children before having a child and afterwards, so I can see the change there, and we're very lucky to have in-house help. But as a designer, I'm not sure, I can't recall right now a moment that we changed something really big, but I remember a very light bulb moment when we were doing an assessment around a school for a school zone, school street assessment, and it was a big project in the city of Thessaloniki back in 2018. And we were more looking about accessibility and how pleasant the atmosphere was, but at some point it actually occurred that there was some resilience in issues there. There was flooding spots that even the municipality haven't realized because it was an intense rain, and it was actually on a path that they were using for a bike path, an unofficial bike path, a very big group of children going to their favorite park. So this actually elevated the value of what we learn from children. It's not just fun, it's not just play, but they actually use the space in different ways that we use it. So they take us through their eyes to identify major infrastructure issues. So that's how we actually convinced an infrastructure project, because we were talking about flooding and we were talking about mobility in terms that the engineers understand. But the insights totally came not from the surveyors from the city, but from the children. So that was a moment that it justifies why it's so valuable that we do this work. And it's not just for fun, because I'm sorry, I'm not referring to you as politicians, but in many cases to convince politicians is not easy. They see children and youth being an extra thing, an extra target group to consult with and more fun, but it's actually an equal partner in the dialogue. So that's true.
Thank you very much. Děkuju. Someone else, maybe?
I would. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Kristýna Womanová.
Co mě napadlo,
So what came to my mind is not teenagers, but in our office we keep having new people, new collaborators, and some of them are fresh graduates. They are younger than my own children. So our views are continually renewed thanks to them. And after all the years of efforts of making cities friendlier for all age groups, we are sometimes worn out by the resistance. It is not easy to find a consensus, and sometimes we already expect the resistance. We are tired. And then these young people arrive with the new courage, with the will to try again. For us, this helps us to look at it with a fresh perspective. Thanks a lot, Simon.
I would refer back to the title of the conference, Start with Children. And just to say, the reason that we call it that is because we think about it as in a couple different ways. First of all, it is a piece of advice. I think for all of us, whether we're urban planners or decision makers or funders, et cetera, it's a really important reminder that, if you were surprised by a kid, it meant that you had a kind of preconceived notion that you were holding on to. And I think it's really important in all of the work that we do in the public realm and the built environment to try to let go of those and to really enter into a situation with an open mind and to really start with that kid or that group of kids, and to ask yourself, what would be the there's so many situations where you're on a street. What would be the better decision now? What would it be for the kid? You start with children, and that typically leads you to a decision that really will be better for the public realm, for the larger population.
Thank you. Great answer to maybe wrap up this first question. Budu pokračovat dál. Pojďme se posunout k těm.
Now let's talk about the barriers. What are, in your view, the main barriers that prevent children and youth from participating in urban planning, in education? What are the main barriers? Is it legislation? Is it about money, time, lack of experts? We need real, meaningful participation. So for that, we need experts. So what do you think are the main barriers, especially in Prague, in the Czech Republic?
My hodně vnímáme něco, co bych celkově nazval nějaký mindset, který se samozřejmě
It's the mindset, which is an intersection of all you have mentioned. These are little excuses, because on paper there are no barriers. On paper the system is quite okay, but there's the regulatory part, the finances. You always need the person who puts their heart into it, who will overcome the obstacles, who doesn't mind the barriers. I could give an example of a high school in Smíchov, which is basically managed by students. And it's on the verge of what is legal, but the management of the school is willing to do this. It's about ownership, it's about teamwork. Young people are the future users and managers of the city, and they need to feel useful. They need responsibility. Today, the younger generations are much more ready to take the responsibility. So, in my view, it's about the mindset. And as for the first question, I didn't change my mind after a confrontation with anyone, but I realized that I need to confront myself with it all the time because the young person is my client. So I must have the dialogue all the time. It's about the mindset. On paper, there are no barriers. You just need to have the motivated people who will not be discouraged by the obstacles. There are good examples, and we are trying to give the responsibility to people who want to do it. So you are saying that it is possible, even though sometimes it's not easy, sometimes you fail, but it's possible. What about the others? Do you see any barriers to meaningful prevention, meaningful participation of children and youth in urban planning? In my view, it's fear, because we want to engage youth, but we are afraid of what will happen. If we ask them, they will answer, what if we are not able to implement it? Because we, with children and youth, we wish to fulfill their needs even more than with adults. So there is a fear related to communication. Once we decide to ask them what they want or how they want things to be, what they think about our solutions, we need to think about their language. We must communicate in a way that they will understand. So we need to look for the right means of communication. We need to understand their answers. This is something we are learning. I think we are getting better at it, but it is still a barrier in a way. Maybe this is related to the question of experts. And I think most Prague municipalities have an expert on participation. Do you have an expert? Yes, we have an expert on participation. We also have our community coordinator who is responsible for youth participation. She overviewed the analysis of youth needs, and it is extremely valuable and helpful to have these experts. It helps us very much with decision making. I will try to break this ultra-optimistic bubble. In my view, if I go back to emotional maps that we did, the main problem is political representation, because children are not voters, and therefore politicians are not interested in their voice. Of course, there are exceptions, but when I look at the cities where we did emotional maps, only in 1 or 2% of cities, politicians were interested in what young people think. So in my view, the main barrier is the politicians who don't care about youth because they are not voters. It's also a question of time. The mentality of the Czech public and politicians is that there are two types of finances, common expenses and capital expenses. And capital expenses are good, and the best politicians are those who invest the most. And so that's the mindset. So in Prague reality, if you want to renovate a street, it will take 10, 15, or 20 years, and it's very hard to push it through.
Realizovaná nebo nebude realizovaná. No a v tomhle ohledu, když...
So when you are preparing a complex investment project, you can ask the target group, but by the time the project is implemented, the target group is 15 years older. So this forces you to implement incomplete solutions to speed it up. But it's not about those big projects, big investments.
Hodně často ty feedbacky, které se týkají veřejných jsou vlastně ty věci, které se týkají spíš těch velkým počtu malých věcí, než to, že by to bylo jenom...
Often it's about many small things than one big investment project.
Já bych ještě chtěl říct, že
we keep hearing that it's about politicians, but it's not just about the power of politicians. There's also the private side, the developers and investors, who also have their say, who impact public space. Another question is how political power can regulate the impacts of private sphere. The question is, how do we reflect on this topic? There's the paradigm of the projects like Start with Children. It's a change of mindset. It's a change of paradigm. I can't imagine that 20 years ago we would be speaking about the fact that children have a say in what public space should look like. But today we are doing it. So our task is to communicate this, to explain what it means. It's about the climate change. So in my view, this is our big mission, to explain the concept and create the demand. I'm a sculptor who designs playgrounds or play elements. And my experience is that when I work with private clients, it is much more efficient because with the municipality, it takes so much more time. And there's one more thing I would like to mention. When we want to communicate the topic, to find the language and communicate it to different groups in society, so once we are in the position of proposing it and designing it, we need opportunities to implement it, to have some examples. Imagine, for example, meanwhile placemaking attitude in a vague terrain. So you can suggest it to a client. So let's say it's a developer or an investor who sell flats, and they have claims about how great the flats are, and they have claims about the amazing environment, but usually the reality is not as good as their claims. So The thing is that legislation doesn't allow for a temporary use of a space which is approved for construction in some time. So, meanwhile, before the start of the construction, it is not possible for the developer to use the terrain in a different way. So this is a legislative problem. This could be a potential strategy, and we could start with some use cases, studies, to test it and show people how it can work. Maybe children can design their own spaces, and it can just be fine. Usually it is fine, and we can show it to people by doing it.
Indeed. What you offer here is using the development sites, brownfields that are available. This can be a great opportunity and do those pop-up projects. As Simon mentions, it's a great opportunity to show a real example of use of a place. And in our experience, this reveals to be the most efficient way. There are no other means that would convey with similar strengths what you try to achieve. So it makes people aware that they don't need to be afraid of legislation, of convenient play elements, etc. So I have one question for Dalibor Nar before he needs to go. Is one of the barriers a lack of interest among the youth? In your experience, do climate change related issues raise more interest among people? Is it a way to involve them more in city planning? Also, as concerns the previous question, I believe that it's a matter of inclusion, of our ability to involve a number of different people. There are people who are engaged, but then there are also people who think this is my world and this is your world, this is the grown-ups' world, and one day I will be part of it, but for now it's boring, it's complicated, they are not interested in me anyway, so I won't push myself there. So there is a barrier indeed from their side too. And at the same time, it's due to a lack of experience. They don't have the experience of things working well and of being heard and seen and so on. So it's a two-sided experience that we need to overcome. Should you have any question, comment? We have Stepanka with the mic in the back of the room, so you can just raise your hand and we will give you space.
That previous discussion about the barriers, because as continuing to what you just mentioned, there are barriers from the youth as well. It's not just from the municipality. So I think that one thing is that they don't have full access to information. So sometimes they might be very hesitant, like, why are you asking me? I don't know all those weird things, like I'm not a designer. So they need to understand what's their position. It's really important to have transparency and having a clear messaging on what is the role of each one of us and what are our rights as children, as young people to the city. So it doesn't mean that the municipality comes to the young people asking them to make the design, but it's the right moment with the right language to help them feel safe to express themselves and lead something. But also based on our experience working with many municipalities in Greece and in Europe, working with different European-funded projects, there is a fear from the municipalities to go out there because they don't know what they can deliver due to the time schedules and the budget. And I think that one important and key action that you can do is phasing. It doesn't mean that you need to go out there and do the most amazing, great, life-changing project. So you just need to do step by step, because it's also a matter of trust. If you go out there and then something goes wrong, that every day things go wrong with public projects, right? And you have huge delays, which is not your fault, but you will lose trust from the young people, particularly that they were engaged. So I would say, based on our experience, and I hope that can be a helpful advice for you, that you face it and you find the little quick wins. It could be tactical urbanism, as you mentioned, like temporary uses, but just to find those quick wins. They don't expect the city to change from one day to the other, and it will be a huge gain for you, for trust, and also gradually changing the public space. We have small and small steps.
Exactly, and especially working with children and youth, sometimes it's enough just to see some first change, some small change. It's enough for them to gain, to like renew the trust and the gain satisfaction. It's very true. Thank you. Ještě někdo chce reagovat?
Any other questions or comments? Justina? I think the trust is an important word indeed. We all believe how to deal with participation, how to deal with involving all different segments of our society as politicians, architects, clerks. We need to keep asking, what is the true situation? What is the real situation? And we need to communicate the reality as it is. And the questions we ask need to be such as not to breach the trust. Me, myself, I believe that to some extent, when it comes to projects that we did use participation, we didn't communicate it well enough. And as was mentioned, some projects take very long time. They can go beyond the election period you've been elected for, so it gets lost somewhere. And there is a big risk of losing the trust of people. And we need to be careful about that. When it comes to young people, I believe it's important to teach them that it's good to look around, be aware of what's around them, know their surroundings, observe what's going on, and be able to communicate about it. I believe this is a starting point, and we need to be careful about what we promise to do. I believe that this is why it's so important that we have town hall representatives here. We have here youth representative from the town hall. But perhaps it's the experts who are the most important in this field. If the town hall or the developer doesn't fulfill their aims, we see that it's nevertheless very important that the discussion took place. As experts, many times we were going back to the young people we've worked with for a number of months, and we had to tell them we are sorry, but this will not happen because perhaps there were communal elections or there were floods or whatever. So the situation has changed, and we saw that we need to be active in approaching the young people again, have another meeting, and inform them that Unfortunately, this and this will not take place at the present moment. I believe it is important to do that. The word trust is a very nice one. And of course, if I address a teenager or a young child, if I address them once in 5 years on behalf of one project, and then I don't fulfill their expectation, they will be deceived, frustrated. When I approach the child for the first time, it means the parents need to send him or her to a workshop. It requires a certain amount of energy. But we should perhaps learn that this is not a one-time thing, but that this is a daily approach, that we should be asking about the needs on a daily basis. And I think if they are used to us asking about their needs, then they won't be so disappointed when things don't happen. Is it just a remark or is it a question? I would just have another comment. I believe that the children can voice themselves beautifully in schools. This is where they can train themselves in voicing their opinions. They can be led through this process in school, perhaps as part of their curriculum as well. And they can also show to their surroundings that this is indeed possible. And then it's also possible to do in the public space, which is managed by town halls and other organizations, especially as far as small things are related, such as green surfaces. When you need a construction permit, it's a different story, of course, but there are areas where children can train their ability to plan and organize and participate. Often, a lady mentioned here that teenagers feel hassled when you ask them something. I don't agree with that. We are not bothered by being asked. We are bothered by the fact that often you ask too many questions and then nothing happens, which is most common. Or you ask too little, and again, nothing happens. So, in fact, the fact that nothing happens, or something happens in 10 years from now, and for us, 10 years, it's a terribly long period of time. I will say one thing, perhaps, and others can contribute. It's not always necessarily that we carry out the project, because already collecting the data and analyzing the data is very valuable for us, architects, urban planners, designers. Your insight is very, very valuable for us in this respect. And I'm so grateful that we can be here as this group and nobody questions the fact that your voice needs to be heard. And it indeed helps us to get the entire view, perspective, and data that we need. So I will now pass the floor to Petr. One thing that was discussed here or mentioned here is participation within schools and kindergartens. In kindergartens, it can be that children vote. Let's say they use a ball that they throw to vote whether they want this or that play element or structure in the kindergarten. And then it can lead to other possibilities and ideas that can be voted on. And I believe this is a very interesting mode of participation. From the early preschool age, we can teach children that there is an opportunity, a possibility to participate. And it shapes their view of the public space and of their surroundings, to see that they have the possibility to influence things and potentially carry it to a visible result. The Prague City Council has a very nice project that supports a participatory budget. When you have a participatory budget, that means that half of the funds is funded by the city council. So most districts have such budgets, but there is no such project for children's participation. So if there's someone who can influence things in the city council, then please. But in general, such projects are not that big ones or large ones, and they are not so costly. I will pass the word to Tomáš Lapáček and Nicole Kožek, and then we have a question from the audience. So I have two remarks. What we just heard is a cultural and anthropological trait of our society. We ask companies what we can do for them or what they need, and they tell us, look, we won't speak with you anymore because we already told you 5 times and we can see no visible results. So this goes across different sections of populations. Prague collaborates with Delft. Prague is a city with many, many students, and so is Delft. And they also have counselors from among students. So, you can use the possibility of students' parliaments, students' political party, a project that's running in Delft when they have their representatives in the city council. And it's something that I would like to see here in Prague too. So we will have to stop shortly. So I will now give the floor to our panelists who can comment briefly on what they heard today, or you can give us your insight. If you could change one thing tomorrow, be it in school or at an office, in an institution, for city planning, what would that one thing that you could change be? So give it a thought, and now I will pass the floor to Nicole Kožek and then to Jiří Pánek.
I mentioned the analysis of the needs of youth, and within this analysis, youth communicated their wishes with us, and one of these wishes were for a cultural or sports event for free, without an entrance fee. And we went through the cultural and sporting events that we organized, and we realized everything was either for adults or for very young children until the age of 10. And before they themselves told us, we didn't even realize, we didn't offer anything to older children. And this year we are organizing a youth festival. We will engage children and youth in the preparation of the festival. They will be able to say which performers they would like there, etc. That's an example of something that can be done immediately. It shows we are listening, we care, and that we want to co-create the space with them, cultural events, etc., and that the city belongs to them as well. And to answer your question, what popped up in my mind instantly was the parking space in Prague. That's really something I would like to change. I wish that we wouldn't have to discuss whether parking cars or life and health of children is the priority. That's my big wish. Thank you for having me. Bye. I have to leave. I will also have to run, but before leaving, I have a small comment. At our university, we did an index of space participation. In the Czech Republic, we have over 6,000 municipalities, and unfortunately, the fewer inhabitants, the less participation. We are showing some best practices here, but unfortunately, small municipalities don't have the means and the finances to do participation. As far as communication is concerned, it's quite okay when it's communication from the municipality to inhabitants. But as soon as you want to do a dialogue and the communication process becomes a two-way process, it becomes difficult. So thank you for your attention. Bye. Thank you. I will speak about finances. It's not popular, but I think that during the years, the last years, I have found the finances to be a big obstacle to the development of our country. There's a huge gap between the responsibility of cities and municipalities and their possibilities to do anything about the space, having the tools, having the motivation to develop the city. Because there are huge administrative barriers. It is not easy to get funding when you want to do something for the city. For example, in Prague, there is not a chapter in the budget for public space. Money for public space is taken from transport, environment, etc. But no part of the budget is dedicated to public space. So that's for the city of Prague. Yes, we do agree with you. Thank you. Petr? So let's now talk about something more specific. We've been talking about schools and transport. 20% of children are taken to school by car, by their parents, which is a huge number. So we must improve transport to schools. It's terrible, and parents are allowed to park their cars where they normally couldn't. And of course, it's about the morning peak when you have 800 children trying to enter the school. In the afternoon, the different age groups finish at different times. But there's also the question of children going from school to different clubs. And it would be great to have an efficient way of transporting children in groups from school to after-school clubs. It would be also helpful for parents who wouldn't have to be taxi drivers driving their children to school, then from the school to a club, then to another club, another activity, because it's all done individually. So it would be nice to find a better way. Child-friendly streets would also help, right? Thank you, Petr. Let's move on. I would like to react to the young woman over there. I agree with Miriam. Data is extremely important. What's best is to put things into practice. My wish is to change legislation so that we remove the barriers which prevent us from using vague terrains, unused areas in the city. So these spaces could be used for temporary installations. So yes, it's about legislation, finances, budget, and legislation again. Make it more flexible. Thank you. Maria and Simon.
If you want to comment on one thing that you can decide to change tomorrow, either in your, home street, school street, either in the school itself or in connection with the city municipality, what would help engaging of youth better? What would that one thing be from your point of view?
Well, I have something in my mind. Are you okay? Give you some more time to think. So I know
these questions.
That's the biggest question. We're trying to answer this whole entire years that we've been working. But although I am a designer and working with actual space, physical space, one thing that I would change is the way we plan the projects and invest in multi-level collaboration. I think this would actually help engage, because the municipalities get very tired, overwhelmed with everything they can do. Schools get overwhelmed with everything. Parents cannot participate in everything that we keep asking. Come to that workshop, come to the other. If everyone, if we set a structure of roles, and we can make an efficient process to streamline the participation and actually continue with project planning. I think that would be my suggestion. Yeah, and a street and a school and everything goes after.
Collaboration across the different fields and exactly. a tough one.
Tough one.
I think I know my answer. But first I would just say very quickly that I think, going back to the conversation about like the constituency of kids and why there's a kind of a problem with kids who they can't vote, they don't really have their own kind of political power, and unlike the women's movement, and specifically women's movement and for gender equality in space, let's say, in planning, and the Americans with Disabilities Act, so disability those are constituencies which could be organized. And they were made up of people who, more or less, you could say, were kind of in that position for a long time, versus kids, which actually you mentioned, which is that you're not a kid for very long, and you're not a 5-year-old for very long. And once you're 15 and you become the super activist, you're applying to college, you're super busy, and before you know it, you're 18. And this is kind of a problem. So I guess those of us in this room have taken it upon ourselves to sort of put ourselves in the position of, vouching for this group and becoming organizers on behalf of this group. But that's a different situation. So I just kind of wanted to say that, because it's something I've been thinking about a lot also. It's tough. Also for parents with a 3-year-old, life sucks. You are battling against the city, and it's terrible. But you wait it out, and pretty soon your kid can walk, and you know what? Then you kind of forget about it and move on. And I think that's one reason why there's not more kind of political pushback from parents of like, this city is completely, not this, kind of, others, are completely unnavigable with a stroller, for example. You can't get anywhere, but you strap the baby on your chest and you kind of make do, and that's what parents do. That is the experience of being a young parent. So now to my point, I am really a school streets evangelist. I say this to a lot of people, which I really do think that, like, if every school was protected, I think that school streets are the project that would really make the world a better place. Because you have that group of students at a school, you have this community that's built in, and from the political side, it's really hard to go out and argue for a project that is it's just like, why here? There's so many people against it that the question of, why are you doing this to me? Why are you victimizing me with your idea of a project? And the schools are really the only concrete place in a city where you can say, because there's 800 kids there and they need the space, case closed. That's done. The conversation is no longer viable after that. And so, once you say that, you now have a pilot project, and if you build it, you now have photographs of a finished project, and now you're moving. Because, like, to reach this virtuous cycle between the public, kids, and politicians, where you're like, okay, now we have something now. We're not battling against each other. We have something concrete. You need to get a win. You need to get a win in a relatively short period of time. And it's just really hard to do that without any other kind of project. So I just think, like, if there was of course there's not just one answer, but if there was one, the one that is closest to being the answer is school streets.
Thank you very much. I really agree, because school, it's not only about this morning rush, like getting to school, but schools are really important community centers. And when talking about kids, it's not only that they go in the morning, but that space just in front of the school is their own space where they still spend some time after school. And today, when they have so organized lives, full of activities and everything, that is the space where they spend this half an hour to an hour just near the school before they go to another activity or here and there. And that is the space where they should feel safe, of course, and also that should be kind of attractive for them, to have some affordances, to to say you should stay here, you should be here for a longer period of time. It's not only about mobility, it's also about this quality time that they can spend there.
And when you're talking about building trust and building a sense of ownership, that is the one place in the city that really does and can belong to them more than anywhere else. It's the place that they go twice a day. It's a place they spend more time in the city than except home. Every kid spends so much time in front of that school, and the more that you can make it really feel like theirs, that is the beginning of a conversation that is really about making the city belong to kids, which is really what we're all after. But just like, again, where do you start? It's just so hard.
And I actually also talking about public space, which today we're talking about planning urban public space. That is the public space that forms their stereotypes for the whole life, for their future lives. That's what they see every single day. And these spaces should really have some qualities, Maria.
Yeah, totally. I was about to just comment on this. It's a learning experience for them as well. They grow up and having, like, seeing respect, like prioritizing pedestrians. Like, this is like we're nurturing the next generation, and what they are experiencing is what they will do. Like, they will imitate what they see. So if we create that equal environment just for everyone, accessible for everyone, this is what they will lead and ask for later on to themselves.
And Maria, you said, right, you were wanting, or you didn't?
No, I'm done.
Okay, so já vidím pár.
I can see a few hands in the audience. Do you have a question?
Se zajímalo,
I would like to ask about intergenerational dialogue at the municipality. Now we are at this progressive international conference, but there is no youth here present. So at the municipality, when you make decisions about youth, is youth really represented in decision making or not? Is this a question for a specific panelist? Mr. Palatsky? I was hoping it was not a question for me. I was expecting the moment someone would say representatives of youth are missing on the panel. So yes, you're right. I can't give you a specific answer right now. I think what we share is a common view and on participation, and we are looking for better methods. Many thanks. Last two questions, please, because we will have to and to leave the space. I have a practical piece of information about money for schools. Environmental organizations have different projects that schools can participate in. Right now, for example, our organization has a project related to resourcefulness and competencies. And every school can receive funding through this project. So this is an opportunity for educators. Thank you. That's part of the solution. The last question. There's a frustration related to how long it takes sometimes and recommendations for participatory budget. So I want to share a wish or an idea. In Prague, there's a huge barrier to participatory budgets. The problem is that in many cases, the space around the school is owned by the city, and therefore it is ineligible for participatory budget. And if someone has an idea, if someone suggests anything, the municipality usually does not use this suggestion, doesn't follow up. I think it's a pity. So it's just a complaint. And the very last question, very briefly. So it's just a reminder as to how children can participate. The Foundation VIA has grants called Adventures, and this is an opportunity for children to organize an event in public space. So that's another tip, another part of the solution. This brings us to what we have already said, that is collaboration of different sectors and experts. So collaboration between schools, NGOs, and municipalities, for example. Collaboration is the main thing, and I very much hope that we will be able to collaborate better and better. I would like to close this conference. Many thanks to our audience for staying until now. I can tell you that we will keep moving these topics forward. Once again, thanks to the partners from MyHood project. Thanks for the support of the European Union. Many thanks to all the speakers and panelists. You were amazing. And thanks to our team, our technicians, our interpreters, the staff of camp. Many thanks. And I wish you child-friendly cities.